Hello friends, welcome to this new course Lighting Design Parameters for Professional Lighting Design. As the title of the course suggests, this course will teach you the lighting design parameters you must consider before planning lighting design of any project. DIY or do-it-yourself lighting design has become attainable nowadays due to a lot of lighting simulation softwares available in market. However, if you do not have your basics and lighting design principles clear, tools or softwares alone won't make your lighting design stand out. You may keep struggling for approval from your client for the lighting designs you present to them. You may keep wondering why your lighting design projects are getting rejected, and the reason would be that you do not know how to put the lighting design principles into practical use. To avoid such a situation, a knowledge about the very basics and principles of lighting design is necessary. This knowledge can be categorized into few parameters or lighting design parameters. These parameters will be like a checklist you can follow every time you start on any lighting design project. Through this course, I have tried to teach you all these lighting design parameters which control the end result of any lighting simulation. And once you master these lighting design parameters, you would have automatically mastered the process of lighting design. Enough said, but the big question remains what you will learn through this course. Well, in my other two lighting design courses, which are Mastering Lighting Design Like a Pro and DIALUX for Indoor Lighting Design, few students complained that the course did not have much theoretical part. They wanted to understand the very basics of lighting design. This request was always in my mind and I wanted to do something about this. And one day the idea of this course came upon me. To create such a course which covered the very basics of lighting design, and once the basics are covered in the course, we implement them in practical projects within that course. So here on the same lines I have created this course. A brief overview of what you will learn in this course is as follows. You will start by learning about lighting standards.
Understand how the international, national and regional bodies who make these standards are kind of interconnected. Also, it is important to be familiar with some important lighting standards because you will keep seeing references to these standards as you move further in the profession of lighting design. So summarizing all this, in this video, we will answer 4 basic questions about standards. What is a standard? Who makes these standards? What are common lighting standards? Which ones to use? And the last question is, how do we interpret and use these standards while doing the lighting design? Let's get answer to our first question first. What is a standard? A standard is an agreed way of doing something in a consistent and repeatable way. Standards set minimum requirements in terms of safety, reliability, efficiency, and trust. If we look at the definition of standard by ISO says to think of standard as a formula that describes the best way of doing something. I am sure most of us would have heard the term ISO before. ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization. This brings us to our second question. Who makes these standards? Well, to explain you this, let us look at this pyramid first. We have divided this pyramid into 3 parts. And using this pyramid, you will clearly understand who makes these standards. To understand this pyramid, let's first read something about ISO or International Standard Organization. ISO is an international standard setting body composed of representatives from various national standards organizations. Please note the term National Standard Organizations. The fact is that there is not just one body or organization which makes standards. There are many such bodies. In fact, most countries have their own national standard organizations like ANSI, which is American National Standards Institute, which is a national standards organization of USA. Likewise, there is BIS or Bureau of Indian Standards, which is the national standard organization of India. A question that would have come to your mind is, so if every country has its own standards, then what is the need of something like ISO or International Standard Organization? Well, there is a very big need for this. To understand that, you need to understand the flow of input and the flow of output in the form of standards through this pyramid. If you see ISO website, ISO has standards for every sector imaginable. From soaps to spacecraft, from MP3 players to coffee and whatnot. And for preparing these standards, ISO has over 250 technical committees. You can see list of all the committees here, but the only technical committee which you should remember as a lighting designer is ISO TC 274, which is Light and Lighting Technical Committee. Let's open ISO TC 274. So here we will find some useful info about this technical committee. If you look below, you will find that there are 8 published standards on lighting by ISO. And these are those standards. These standards hold major influence on the lighting design process across the globe. Keep this list saved as you will see references to them very often. Now let's get back to the page where we started. So now, apart from 250 technical committees, ISO also has a member list and a fairly long member list. There are about 165 countries as members of ISO. And just next to the country names, the acronym you see is the acronym name of the standards organization of that particular country. So now we will understand how these international and national standards work in cooperation during the standard making process. So at the top of the pyramid is ISO or International Organization for Standardization. So if we look at the bottom of the pyramid, we will keep all the national standard organizations of various countries here. Well, now there will be a flow of inputs, suggestion, knowledge from the bottom of the pyramid to the top. Now when all this input from all the participating countries is received by the technical committees, the technical committees use all that input, suggestions and its own technical know-how and then creates a set of technical papers which we call as standards. So this is how standards are made. Now there will be a reverse flow from top to bottom. The international standards will then flow from top to the bottom of the pyramid, which will then be adapted by member nations in the form of their own national standards. The National Standard Organization of these countries does this job for them. So for example, what we call as standard ISO 8995 part 1, it will be adapted in a national standard like IS 3646 part 1, which is an Indian standard on lighting. There would of course be some changes as per the local conditions of the country. If you look at the national standards, many would have already mentioned in the foreword the international standard from which the draft of that particular national standard has been derived. So I think now the whole process of standard making would be clear to you. The whole purpose of this was to explain to you how all these standard making bodies are interconnected. We will now look into the pyramid from the lighting design perspective. At the top, besides ISO, we will add 2 more international organizations. The first is CIE or International Commission on Illumination, and the second is IEC or the International Electrotechnical Commission. Let's look at both of them one by one. The International Commission on Illumination or CIE is based in Vienna, Austria. And if we go here in the publications, we will find these are the international lighting standards published by them. Here you will see many standards have both ISO and CIE written on them because their making is due to the joint efforts by both these organizations. The CIE has 6 active divisions and you can read about these divisions from the CIE website. I will not go into my details about each of these divisions. Now let's look at the second international organization, which is IEC or International Electrotechnical Commission. It is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. Like it did with CIE, the ISO collaborates closely with IEC in the process of electrotechnical standardization. The IEC promotes international cooperation on standardization in electrical and electronic fields. Like ISO, it also has many technical committees, but the technical committees which directly concern with lighting design are from TC34 to SC34D. Let's look at TC34. This committee scope includes electrical light sources, which is lamps, and control gears like jokes, and there are other things which you can read here. Some IEC standards directly related to lighting are summarized below for your reference. Now, as we have discussed both CIE and IEC, I will give you what is the basic difference between the both. As a lighting designer, you will be directly using CIE standards as they tell about ideal illumination practices for various indoor and outdoor settings. So you will be continuously referring to them to know the required lux level for a particular task or glare factors, utilization factors, etc. The IEC standards on the other hand deal more with the electrical or electromagnetic aspect of a physical light fixture. It provides performance and safety standards for manufacturers of light fixtures. So a light manufacturer will be dealing with these standards or IC standards on a day-to-day basis. So here now let's come back to our pyramid. So at the top we have 3 international organizations: ISO, IEC and CIE. And the bottom we have National Standards Body. So what occupies the middle part of the pyramid then? Well, the answer is regional organizations. There are 2 most important regional organizations for lighting design, which we will see here. The first is IESNA or Illuminating Engineering Society, which was formerly known as Illuminating Engineering Society of North America. And the second is CEN or the European Committee for Standardization. The IESNA publishes its lighting standards in the form of a lighting handbook, which is in its 10th edition at present, while the CEN or the European Committee for Standardization has published its most popular standards in the name of EN 12464 Part 1 and EN 12464 Part 2 for indoor and outdoor lighting respectively. This now brings us to the third question of our video, which was what are the common lighting standards? I will say the most common ones are these 2. The lighting handbook from IESNA, which is a norm in North America and South America, and EN 12464 Part 1 and 2, which is a norm in Europe. These 2 regional lighting standards are so widely accepted in the lighting design industry that they come preloaded in DIALUX. I will show you how you can check that. Let's open DIALUX Evo first. Let's click on room planning and then press OK. Now go to File and in settings go to standards. Once in standards, you will see there is a preset option here. If you see with the Europa preset selected, you will see here in the right what standards it has taken into account for its specifications. And here you can clearly see that it has taken its specifications from EN 12464 part 1 and part 2. Now let's change the preset to USA. You will see that it has taken its specification from IESNA Lighting Handbook 10th edition, which is the latest edition. There is also another preset of Japan which uses some Japanese standards. But the point I was emphasizing is that the IESNA Lighting Handbook and EN 12464 part 1 and part 2 are two widely accepted lighting standards for lighting design. So this moves us to the second part of our question, which standard to use then. Like in this case, from these two DIALUX presets. My first response to this question will be ask the client, because a client will be in the best position to answer this question for you. But if your client does not know, then what to do? Then I will suggest follow EN 12464 part 1 and 2 if you are doing a lighting design project based in Europe. In other cases, you can use IESNA or the USA preset. The third suggestion will be to follow the law of the land, which means if the project is based in a country which has its own lighting standards, you may need to follow them, especially if the client asks you to do so. So this was all about standards, and I hope you have understood what is the process of making standards and what are standards very thoroughly. I hope this clears many of your doubts. Now let's answer the last question. How do we interpret and use these standards while doing lighting design? Well, the standards will guide you automatically by providing you some target values. I will show here in DIALUX Evo. With the USA preset selected, let's click on Lighting for Arts and then Conservation Labs General. Here on the right Properties tab, you will see an ideal visual task value of 300 lux has been suggested along with a uniformity of 2. And as you keep changing areas, these values will change. So if you select the task area from the list here, the standard will automatically suggest you with the ideal lux level, uniformity factor and other lighting design parameters. But we will learn in detail about these lighting design parameters in our upcoming videos. So this was it. So see you friends in the next video.
What they are, who makes them, and how to use them. Then we will learn in details about lighting design parameters. We will learn about light sources, CCT, CRI, reflectors, diffusers, lowers, and glass and lens. We will then learn what are lighting design target values and how they define whether a lighting design project is a pass or fail. After gathering all these basics of lighting design, we will move to the practical part of the course where we will implement all the knowledge we have gathered into 3 lighting design projects. Firstly, we will do lighting design project of a residential flat. Then we will do the lighting design project of a big office floor. And in the last, we will do the lighting design project of a retail store or convenience store. So as you can see from the overview, there is a lot of useful knowledge waiting to be learned in this course. So without any further delay, let's get started with the course. So see you friends in the next video.
Hello friends, in the last video we learned about lighting standards. In this video we will move further and learn about lighting design parameters. Lighting design parameters, as the name suggests, are a set of factors which can affect the end result of any lighting design calculation. You change these parameters and the end result changes. In the lighting design process, before you even do a lighting simulation, you always have a desired end result in your mind, because a desired end result or minimum acceptable result has already been defined in our lighting standards. Our goal as a lighting designer is to make sure our end result always meets that minimum criteria as per the prevalent lighting standards. Lighting standards, be it IESNA Lighting Handbook or EN 12464 Part 1 and 2, have provided us with few values to check after our lighting simulation is done. These values or target values are in terms of average lux, uniformity factors, glare factors, and other similar factors. To give you a simple analogy about lighting design process, imagine fine-tuning a radio to catch a desired frequency. The desired frequency is like the end result provided in our lighting standards. If we recall our lighting design timeline is something like this. We get our plans from our client in form of drawing, JPG or PDF file. We import the plan in lighting design software like DIALUX. Then we create a 3D model of our plan in DIALUX. And then we select our luminaires and place them in various arrangements. This fourth step is where we will cover all lighting design parameters for the selection of appropriate luminaires. And we will cover this in very detail in this video. The fifth step in the timeline is lighting simulation. Let's remember this fifth step of lighting simulation as a dividing line. The sixth step is to check that the end result has met our lighting standards. We check that using values like average lux, uniformity factors, glare factors, and other similar factors. So we can say we are dealing with two types of approaches in lighting design. One is before lighting simulation and the second is after lighting simulation. Before lighting simulation, we deal with lighting design parameters for selection and arrangement of our light fixtures. After lighting simulation, we deal with target values that tell us whether we have met the minimum criteria as per lighting standards. We will start with seeing in detail the before simulation part, which is the lighting design parameters for selection and arrangement of our light fixtures. Selection of luminaire. What is a luminaire or light fixture? What are its components? A typical light fixture can be broken down into following components: lamps or light source, light fixture body, then diffusers, lowers, lens and glass, and then control devices like choke, emergency backup battery. Let's look into each of them one by one. Let's look into our first lighting design parameter, which is lamps or light source. This in fact is the most important lighting design parameter. For clear understanding, I have arranged all possible electrical lamps into this chart. So in this chart, the first criteria on which the lighting bulbs are categorized is the science behind the luminance. There are three types of light bulbs: filament heated light bulbs, gas discharge lamps, and electroluminescence or LEDs. The filament heated bulbs are further divided into two types: incandescent bulbs and halogen bulbs. Let's first look into incandescent bulb. The incandescent bulb is the most famous bulb in human history. It's the bulb which Thomas Edison invented. Its working principle is simple. Electricity is converted into heat plus light. In fact, 90% heat and just 10% light. This is the picture of a typical incandescent bulb. Three most important elements of it are glass bulb, inert gas like argon with small fraction of nitrogen, and then the tungsten filament. The role of inert gas is to prevent oxidation of the glowing hot tungsten filament. It also prevents tungsten filament to vaporize and deposit on the inside of glass bulb, which can then make bulb yellow or blackened out. This usually happens when the bulb is filled with vacuum instead of filling with inert gas. Some examples of vacuum light bulbs are aquarium bulbs, exit sign light bulbs. Vacuum filled bulbs have a very yellowish type of light emission, and their brightness can also not be increased much. On the other hand, inert gas filled incandescent light bulbs give a whitish type of light, and the brightness level of an incandescent bulb can be increased by changing a heavier inert gas in comparison to normal argon gas filled in the light bulbs. That is the reason why heavier xenon gas filled incandescent light bulbs are used in cars' headlights, powerful headlights, for providing bright white light. We will now look into some pros and cons of incandescent bulb in our home lighting design. We are not talking about automobile lighting here. Some pros of incandescent lighting are: the first benefit is the cheap initial cost. Incandescent light bulbs are cheap to purchase. And the second is high CRI. It has almost 100 CRI. The major cons of incandescent light bulb are: it's less lifespan, and it is not as energy efficient. It gives very low lumens per watt. Here you can observe we are getting introduced to two new lighting design parameters. One is CRI and the other was lumens per watt. So before we move forward, a quick intro of them is necessary. We will cover them in detail later, but we will just give a quick intro first. Let's talk about CRI and its correlated term CCT. CCT, or correlated color temperature, becomes self-explanatory with these two images. CCT is expressed in Kelvin, and you can see CCT tells what tone of white light will be emitted from a light source. As you can see in this image, as we move from left to right, or from 1000K to 10,000K, the tone of light changes from yellowish white to bright white. There is another term to describe this tone change. We can call it moving from warm white light to cool white light. There is also a neutral white light in between. The respective CCT for warm light are 2000 to 3000 Kelvin, and for neutral it is 3100 to 4500 Kelvin. And for cool white it is 4600 to 6500 Kelvin. And as a lighting designer, we always check a lamp CCT before importing it in a project, because if we know a lamp CCT, you will know the tone of white light it will emit. So this was about CCT. The second new term we have to understand is CRI, or color rendering index. CRI is basically an index which tells when the light from a lamp falls on an object, how accurately the light represents the true color of an object. Confused? Let's try to remove some of your confusion by answering a very basic question. Why does an apple appear red to our eyes? Well, as we know that when natural white light, which is a combination of 7 colors, or VIBGYOR, which is violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, in visible spectrum, falls on an apple, it absorbs all these colors except red. That is, it absorbs VIBGYOR and reflects R. And as it reflects R from its surface, it appears red. Now this natural white light we are talking about is of course sunlight. So in sunlight, all objects will appear in their 100% true natural colors. So this is like a gold standard, and scientists have named this gold standard as color rendering index with a value of 100. So remember, natural light or sunlight has CRI of 100. Now we have to understand the difference between natural light and artificial light. When we make artificial light through lamps, we are trying to make a copy of natural light. But there is no guarantee that we will be able to make an exact copy of it. We may come close to it or very far from it. Those lights which come very close to it, they have high CRI. For example, incandescent lamp have a CRI values of 100. Those lights which are very far to it, they have a low CRI. For example, a high pressure sodium vapor lamp has a CRI of 60. If you are wondering how can incandescent light be 100 CRI being an artificial light, well, scientists have been really generous, I think, because they could have easily given a 99.99 or 99. But I think things have been taken on ideal basis rather than actual basis. The mechanism behind incandescent light bulbs and sun are similar, because they both emit light as a result of an object being warmed to extreme temperatures. Like sun is taken ideal in natural world, incandescent lamp is taken as ideal in artificial light sources. Now, as we have discussed a lot about CRI, let's try to summarize about CRI through this image of strawberry. Which one looks more real and close to the color of strawberry, you know? The bottom picture. The top picture looks off color because the artificial light source or the lamp has a much lower CRI. So I hope this clears what a CRI is. We have already discussed CCT. The last new parameter was lumens per watt. Well, this parameter is self-explanatory. Every lamp comes with a lumen rating like 600 lumen or 2000 lumen, and it also has a wattage. If you divide the lumens with watt, you get the lumens per watt. So this term is self-explanatory with this definition. Now let's get back to the road we were traveling. It was quite a detour, but it was necessary for you to know these basic terms to understand the chart we are going to build here. So we were on this page writing the pros and cons of incandescent lighting. Some pros were cheap initial cost, high CRI or 100 CRI, and the incandescent bulbs also work well with dimmers. That is also their advantage. Now the cons are less lifespan. Incandescent bulbs don't last long as their filaments are prone to breaking. Also, they are not energy efficient. They give very low lumens per watt. So here comes a very good question as a lighting designer now. Should I use then incandescent lamps in my lighting design projects? And if yes, then in which areas? In our general home office lighting, the incandescent lamps are becoming obsolete and being replaced by CFL and LEDs. As a lighting designer, you may use an incandescent lamp if a particular need of light plus warmth is required, or for use in decorative lighting or chandeliers. But otherwise it is best avoidable because we already have halogen light bulbs which have all the pros of an incandescent lamp and more energy efficient also. So now let's look into halogen bulbs. The design of a halogen bulb is similar to incandescent bulb with few major improvements. Inside the body of the bulb there is a halogen filled capsule and the tungsten filament is within this capsule. The benefits of keeping the tungsten filament in this halogen capsule are large. A halogen capsule has halogen gas along with some iodine and bromine gas. The principle is, as the current passes through tungsten element, it will turn glowing hot, giving out light, but in this process, the tungsten atoms will evaporate and will deposit in the walls of this capsule if no halogen is present. But with halogen present, the tungsten atoms combine with halogen atoms and do not deposit on the walls. And once current is switched off, the tungsten filament cools down and the tungsten atoms which were combined to halogen will deposit back to the tungsten element, thus increasing the life of the filament. But the negative point of halogen bulbs is that they get lot more heated than an incandescent bulb. For this reason, the halogen capsule is made of fused quartz, high silica or aluminosilicate. Also, halogen bulbs are smaller in size for an incandescent light bulb of same wattage, also brighter in light than incandescent bulb. Due to this benefit, halogen lamps come in variety of shapes. The picture showed here was of a halogen bulb similar to incandescent bulb but with an extra halogen capsule. But this kind of bulb is only one type of halogen bulb because halogens are the most widely used bulbs in the world. And here are the various types of halogen bulbs you can check on this side. The first type is bipin halogen lamp. These kind of lamps are used in movie projectors, disco and club lightings, medical examination equipment and microscope illuminators. The second type of bulbs are par halogen lamps or parabolic aluminized reflector. These bulbs produce a highly directional beam. Their usage includes theatrical lighting, locomotive lighting, aircraft landing lights and also common in residential and commercial lighting needs. The third type of halogen lamp or MR halogen lamp, very famous lamp, or multifaceted reflector lamp. They are suited to applications that require directional lighting such as track lighting, recessed ceiling lights, desk lamps, pendant fixtures, landscape lightings, retail display lightings or bicycle headlights. The difference between PAR and MR halogen is that MR bulb runs on low voltage like MR16 needs 12 volt supply and needs a transformer or choke to convert 230 volt or 120 volt mains voltage. On the other hand, most PAR bulb work at normal mains voltage of 230 volt or 120 volt and can be simply plugged in and come with a screw-in type base. Other difference between them is that of reflector. MR bulbs have dichroic glass reflectors while PAR bulbs have aluminized glass. In PAR bulb reflectors, they direct the heat generated by the bulb to the front of the bulb. In MR bulbs, the heat is directed to the back of the bulb. And this is the reason that PAR bulbs are not suitable for ceiling installation of 8 feet or lower. Now let's look at another type of halogen bulb, which is a double-ended halogen. They give a very bright white light. They have 100 CRI. They have very long life than incandescent lights. These halogens are used in outdoor lighting, floor lamps, floor lighting, security lighting, and they are also very commonly used in film and television lighting. I have covered 4 major types of halogen light. It is not possible to cover all the types in a single course. You can see their names from this web link and do some study about them if you want. So now let's get back to the chart we were building. So here we will be writing the pros and cons of halogen lighting. First we will write the pros. The first, it works well with dimmers. They are perfectly dimmable. The second pro is like they have very long life and they have cheap initial cost and they are also have less operating cost. It costs less to run than a incandescent bulb. Also, a halogen bulb can produce the same amount of light as a 60 watt traditional incandescent bulb while using 25% less energy. And they also have a small size, making them a greener option than traditional bulbs. Also, they have high CRI or 100 CRI just like incandescent, so which makes them suitable for film and TV lights, and they are very frequently used in film and TV lights. Now let's look at some cons of halogen lights. These bulbs are a bit more expensive than traditional incandescent bulb, and the halogen bulbs run hotter than traditional incandescent bulb, so it is important to keep them away from flammable materials. You may notice heat when you sit next to a halogen bulb or near to the halogen bulb. Also, they cannot be touched with bare hands as they are very hot, and if you touch them with bare hands, the oil from the skin damages these halogen bulbs. That is also issue with them. Also, they are not as energy efficient as LED lights. So this is also a con of halogen light. So here comes the question as a lighting designer now. Should I then use halogen light bulbs in my lighting design projects? And if yes, then which areas will be good? Halogen lights at present are being used everywhere. In our general home office lighting, especially many clients who do not like that bluish tone of light from CFL or fluorescent light fixture, they prefer halogen lights in their lighting design. So you will use halogen light very often, but never forget the heat factor with halogen, especially the power reflector type. If using in low ceiling, use low voltage halogen like MR16 and other related families. For auto lighting, halogen light will be always a good option. In art galleries where true color representation of painting or artwork is important, halogen lamps have always been the first choice for that. Also, you can use power reflector for high ceiling lights, and for low ceilings you can use low voltage MR lights in art galleries. For accent lighting also you can use halogen lights. But use halogen lights which come with UV filters, because the UV light from halogen can damage any artwork. So this was about halogen lights. Now we will move further and see other types of light bulbs in our chart. Let's move back to the chart of our lamps. We were classifying lamps on the basis of their working principle. Now we will see gas discharge lamps. We will study 4 different types of lamps within this category. But before that, we must know what is the principle or science behind gas discharge lamps. A gas discharge is an artificial source of light that generates light by creating an electric discharge between 2 electrodes inside a transparent tube filled with ionized gas. And electrical discharge in the tube is continuous. There are 2 types of gas discharge lamps: low pressure and high pressure discharge lamps. To understand this better, we will see one particular and most common type of gas discharge lamp. We will see how it works. Let's see how a tube light works. This is the image of a tube light in 3D view. Inside this, a ionizing gas argon is filled, like it was filled in incandescent lamp. There are also 2 electrode coils like incandescent light on both ends of the tube. So what is the difference then? The difference is this tiny dot of mercury present in all fluorescent lamps. In incandescent and halogen lamps, the electrical energy is converted into light energy directly by tungsten electrode coil. But in fluorescent lamp, after the production of arc in the tube light and ionizing of argon gas, this tiny mercury elements also gets ionized. And these ionized mercury vapors then generate a UV light, and this UV light is then converted into the bluish white light that we see in a tube light by the phosphorus coating inside the tube light. Other difference in tube light from incandescent and halogen lamp is that there is also a choke required along with starter. I am talking about older tube lights. The modern tube lights come with an electronic choke, and using the electronic circuit in the choke, a high voltage surge is provided to both the end electrodes of the tube light. Starter and older choke also did the same thing of providing high voltage surge on these 2 electrodes by using a bimetallic heat strip mechanism. Now, why do we need this high voltage surge on these 2 electrodes? Of course, to ionize the argon gas and the small mercury lying in the tube light. The ionized mercury vapors then produce UV light, which is converted to visible white light by phosphorus coating. Now we will continue classifying our gas discharge lamps. We have already divided into low pressure discharge lamps and high pressure discharge lamp. The low pressure discharge lamps are further divided into 2 categories: mercury based low pressure lamps, which are our normal fluorescent lamps, tube lights and CFL, and the second is sodium vapor low pressure lamps. Like it happened in mercury fluorescent light, the sodium when ionized produces light. The difference is mercury vapors produce UV light, which needs to be converted by phosphor into visible light. The sodium vapors directly produce visible light. Now let's look deeper into our mercury-based fluorescent lamps. I think there is no need to tell you as a lighting designer where can we use fluorescent lamps. In our homes, offices, everywhere around us, we all are using fluorescent lamp or were using these lamps at some point of time if you have already upgraded to LEDs. So I will directly write down some pros and cons of fluorescent lighting. Starting with the pros. They are energy efficient over halogen and incandescent lamps. They provide a diffuse light from entire surface area of lamp, which is good for general even lighting. And the tubes and CFL are of low cost, so only initial investment is of choke, which is comparatively high. And also they are cold to touch, unlike halogen and incandescent lamps. Now looking at the cons, they are not very dimmable friendly, and special dimmable CFLs are required for that. And also the flicker of high frequency which happens in twilight can cause eye strain and headache. Also, a poorly designed blast can create radio interference. And the other con is that CRI is not close to 100 as halogen lamps have. And many people do not like the color of this light because of that. And also as they use UV light, they are not suited in UV sensitive areas where UV light can damage expensive artworks. Let's now see the low pressure sodium vapor light. If you see this image, these lamps were used somewhere in the 1970s for street lighting. They produced a very yellowish type of light. Their biggest advantage was their efficiency. In fact, low pressure sodium vapor lamps are so energy efficient that they can produce about 160 lumens per watt. Only an LED can match that type of energy efficacy. But the biggest drawback was their CRI, which is an astonishing -44. It's kind of having the worst CRI on the planet for electric lamp. They are not used nowadays because of the coming of their improved variant, which is high pressure sodium vapor lamp, which we will discuss later. So as a lighting designer, should you use sodium vapor lamp, low pressure sodium vapor lamp? And if yes, where? Well, the ideal use of these lamps was for street lighting and monumental lighting. If you want, you can still use them for monumental lighting for the vintage yellowish effect it throws on those old monument structures. Also, you can use them at places where CRI of -44 hardly makes any difference and only energy efficiency and cost matters, as they are somewhat cheap compared to LEDs. So let's now write down the pros and cons of low pressure sodium vapor lamps. The pros of low pressure sodium vapor lamps are they are highly energy efficient, and also they have a very long life. They have a long warm-up period, about 5 to 10 minutes, but they will reignite immediately in the case of an power interruption. So this is also a pro of low pressure sodium vapor lamp. Now let's look at the cons of this lamp. Sodium vapor lamp typically require a warm-up period in order to evaporate the internal gas to plasma. And other is that worst color rating -44, very bad color rendering index of these lamps. And the third issue or con of this was they are a hazardous waste because sodium is highly inflammable, and there have been incidents where broken low pressure sodium vapor lamps have caused fires. So this was also a con of these lamps. So now we have seen the low pressure gas discharge lamps. We will now see high pressure gas discharge lamps. They are divided into three categories: mercury vapor high pressure lamp, metal halide vapor high pressure lamp, and sodium vapor high pressure lamp. Let's first look mercury vapor high pressure lamp. We have seen that mercury low pressure lamps are the CFL and tube light we commonly use in our lamps. Then what are high pressure lamps? Well, it is filled with mercury along with argon gas, but at high pressure. And when at this high pressure a high voltage surge is given, the mercury vaporizes along with argon. After a point, it creates an arc like it did in low pressure mercury bulbs, but under high pressure, this arc generates light at such high intensity that it is able to create a bright visible light directly from the arc only. Hence, they can produce visible light without even phosphorus. But the CRI of bulb without phosphorus is very low, about 20. There also come phosphor coated versions of these high pressure bulbs whose CRI is better, about 60. But the high pressure mercury vapor bulb compensates for its low CRI because the light it produces is white with a bluish green tint and not like a yellowish like we saw in low pressure sodium lamp. But they have one issue that they do not render human skin correctly. If you put your hand underneath a high pressure mercury vapor lamp, then your hand may look greenish due to the low CRI of the bulb. But still they were good alternative to low pressure sodium vapor lamp for car parking and street lighting. And with landscaping like parks and gardens, they have an extra advantage because they have their own greenish tint. So when then green landscape are lighted with these lamps, they make green landscapes look more rich and vibrant. So if you are trying to light a green landscape, choose a mercury vapor high pressure lamp. These bulbs also have a warm up time and cool down time of 5 to 10 minutes. So as a lighting designer, should you use high pressure mercury vapor lamp, and if yes, where? If you go by today's lighting standard, they are kind of becoming obsolete, but still high pressure mercury vapor lamps were very commonly used for overhead lighting over large areas in street lighting, in car park lighting, so you can use them for these purposes even now. And these lamps, due to their greenish tint, have a particular advantage in green landscapes. So if the purpose is to light some green landscape, then you can definitely use these lamps. But if the purpose is used to use it indoors, then you should use the phosphor coated bulbs because they have somewhat acceptable CRI of 60 in comparison to their transparent ones which have just CRI of just 20. These bulbs were mostly widely used from 1950s until the high pressure sodium vapor lamps come and the metal halides emerge. But still every bulb has its own pros and cons, so I will finally write down the pros and cons of high pressure mercury vapor bulb here. So the pros are, it's more energy efficient than halogen and incandescent, about 35 to 65 lumens per watt approximately. And it also has a long life, about 24,000 hours. And they have a high intensity light, they give a clear white light, advantages for street and outdoor lighting. And they also have an added advantage of using them on green landscape. And if you use a phosphor coated version, they also give a good CRI. So what are the cons of these? They have a both warm up and cool down time of at least 5 to 10 minutes. And the other con was that at the end of their life, they change their light output color. They produce green light instead of white. So they don't produce the same color light till they burn out. And the other disadvantage is that the clear glass bulbs are not good in skin color rendering, so skin looks green tinted under these lamps. Now let's see the other lamp type under high pressure category, which will be the high pressure sodium vapor lamp. This bulb may be said as the successor to the high pressure mercury vapor lamp, as it has took over most of the mercury vapor lamp's territory and is still continuing to do so. This lamp was not liked initially because of its orangish yellow glow. However, the HPS lamps give the same lumen output as a mercury vapor lamp at a lower wattage. Like mercury vapor lamps, these two are used for lighting large areas, manufacturing sites, roadways, parks and parking lots. HPS lamps are also commonly used as grow lights for plants. HPS lights deliver more energy in the red part of the light spectrum, so therefore promote plant blooming and fruiting. They also find use to supplement natural daylight in greenhouse lighting. So the question, as a lighting designer, should you use sodium vapor lamp? And if yes, where? Of course, you should use these lamps, and the area where you will use are already discussed. So these are lighting large areas, manufacturing sites, roadways, parks, parking lots, indoor plants, greenhouse plant lighting, etc. The difference between HPS and LEDs is quite stark. A pic to show you the same is this. On the left is HPS, on the right is LED. Which one do you like? The look and feel of a night under a HPS light gives it totally different feeling to our mind than a LED. This is what I think. Now let's quickly add the pros and cons of HPS light. The pros. HPS is the most efficient street light after LED, about 7 times more efficient than incandescent light and 2 times more than mercury vapor light. Also, they have a quicker warm-up time of about 3 to 4 minutes, better than mercury vapor and metal halide. They have a longer lifespan of about 24,000 hours. They are cheaper in price than metal halides, and they have higher lumen efficiency than older street light types. And also they are good for growing plants. Now let's look at some of its cons. They does not accurately reflect the true color of objects because they do not have that good CRI like incandescent lamp. And also they need a transformer or ballast for voltage and current regulation to assist startup and operation. Another disadvantage is they require a few minutes, about 5 to 10 minutes before they reach their full light brightness. And they also need 1 minute to cool down. And the other issue is like at the end of their life, they do not produce their original light. They produce somewhat reddish color of light, so they don't produce the same type of light all through their life. So this is also their disadvantage. So now we have covered high pressure mercury vapor light and sodium vapor light. Now we will see the last, which is metal halide light. This lamp uses mercury and halide salts to produce the arc light. Halide salts improve the color of the light, while mercury alone provides a poor CRI light output. With the addition of halide salts, these lamps can reach a CRI of 85. Its CRI was a big improvement over HPS lamps. Its good CRI therefore also defines the areas it is put to use. So if you are wondering where to use metal halides as a lighting designer, then these are the areas I am going to mention which are a good options to go for. The most prominent use of metal halide lamps is in stadiums and sport fields as sports lighting. Also, metal halides are also used for general outdoor lighting in high-end street lighting because they have a very good CRI of 85. Metal halides are also used as successor to HPS lamps, but they are not a very cost-effective one. They are very costly in comparison to HPS lamps. And also their life duration and longevity is not greater than HPS lamps. They are also not as energy efficient as HPS lamps. So these are their disadvantages in comparison to HPS lamps. HPS lamps give us somewhat 150 lumens per watt, and these metal halides give about 75 to 100 lumens per watt. So their only advantage in comparison to HPS is that they give a white light and they also give it at a very good CRI of 85. So if you are looking for these two qualities, then you should go for metal halide light. The other areas of use of metal halides are factory shed lightings, highway lighting. Metal halides are very commonly used in highway lighting, and they are used in warehouse lighting. Also find use in retail highway lighting stores. So this was about metal halides. Now let's quickly write about pros and cons of metal halides. So first, the pros. The pros of metal halide are that they produce pure white light, making it advantageous for sports. And the surrounding temperature also does not have any effect on how a metal halide lamp operates, so it can be used both indoors and outdoors, so it is kind of versatile in this way. Also, these lights are excellent to use as a grow light for plant because their color spectrum light mimics the color spectrum of the sun. Now finally let's put down some cons of the metal halide. Some disadvantage are they require a warm-up period which can be anywhere from 1 to 15 minutes, and if the lamp is completely cold it may take a bit of time to get going. Also they have a cool down period of about 5 to 10 minutes. And other disadvantages are they are less luminous efficient than HPS lamps. Their life expectancy is also low, about 10,000 to 12,000 hours. Also they are, in some cases they are prone to breaking or exploding during a failure, so this is also a disadvantage with metal halide lamps. So now we have covered all our gas discharge lamps. So now we have to see our last classification of lamp, which will be LEDs. LED lamps can be divided into two categories. The first is the retrofit, which are available in the market. You have to just screw in the new LED bulb in place of your old TFL bulbs. There is no much installation required. The second type of LED are LED modules, which are a component of an LED light fixture. Now to ask a question, should I use a LED as a lighting designer, will be a joke in itself. This semiconductor and diode powered light source is like the Alexander of lighting industry. It wants to conquer it all. To ask where we can use LED is pointless now, because every possible field you can imagine now. Indoor, outdoor, sports, street lighting, factories, aviations, medical field and whatnot. The LEDs have entered that space. The emergence of LED has made the threat of other kind of light sources or lamps going absolute quite real now. Even if you don't like the LED light on a personal basis, they are being widely accepted and widely installed as replacement to other previous known light sources. Their history, research and development, current uses and practical applications are so vast that it is impossible to cover all of that along with this course. So I will just sum up with their most basic pros and cons and move forward to other lighting design parameters for this course. So let's write some of the biggest pros of LEDs, which are energy efficiency. In fact, they have 80 to 90% of energy efficiency, which means they convert 80 to 90% of electricity into light energy. And they have a luminous efficiency of about 150 lumens per watt, which is best in the field. Also with LED you can get a very good CRI, almost about 95 CRI you can get with LEDs. So CRI will also be not an issue with LEDs. And lamp life, average lamp life of every LED light is about 20,000 hours, which is very good. Also they are very eco-friendly. They don't have any hazardous metal like mercury, sodium, halides, so they are also easily recyclable. So these were some pros of LED light. Now some of the cons which we can say are of LED light. The first is that the price is still high. So they are expensive in comparison to other type of light sources at present in the market. Also they are sensitive to very hot surrounding temperature and they need heat sinks to cool itself. Also the other issue with LED is that the color quality degrades at the end of its life. So these three are some drawbacks with LEDs. Finally, here is a comparison chart of all light sources we have discussed. Please have a look before we move forward. So here we have covered our first and the biggest lighting design parameter, which is the selection of our lamp source. We have now more lighting design parameters left. We will cover them in the next video. So see you friends in the next video. Hello friends, in the earlier video on lighting design parameters, we covered the biggest lighting design parameter, which was the lamp or light source. In this video, we are going to cover some other lighting design parameters which can affect the end result of your lighting design. In earlier video, we learned how lamp source type, that is LED, halogen, HPS, all have different properties and pros and cons. and how we can get a great lighting design by selecting an appropriate light source, CCT and CRI. Now we will see a few other lighting design parameters which we should consider before finalizing a fixture for lighting design. Let's write down these parameters here first. These are reflectors, diffusers, lowers, lens and glass. Let's move to our first parameter, which is reflectors. Reflectors in light fixtures are basically highly reflective sheets generally kept behind a lamp. Why do we even need a reflector in light fixture? To answer this question, let's see this diagram. The biggest benefit of using a reflector is energy saving. I will explain you this with this diagram. In the before image, we did not have a reflector behind the lamps. So whatever light flux that was being emitted from the bulb, it was getting scattered in every direction, and after reflecting from the inner body of the fixture, the light was dispersed outside. Now here there was lot of loss of flux, as the light emitting from the bulbs was not being directed towards its main purpose, which is emitting the light down. To compensate the unavailability of reflector behind the lamps, we have to add extra lamps in this fixture to get a desired lux level. Now see the after image, that is after adding the reflector behind the lamps. Now the reflector has a unique shape. If you remember the mirror optics you learnt in school, then in case of a convex mirror, the light from a light source after getting reflected from a convex mirror used to travel in parallel straight lines. The guiding principle in our fixture is the same. The reflector in it is shaped like a convex mirror. So the light emitted from the bulb will pass in a down direction in straight line. This reduces the loss of flux by going in useless directions. This is how a reflector helps in reduction of energy by reducing the number of lamps required. What are the types of reflectors? On the basis of shape, there are three types of reflectors: flat, spherical and parabolic. I will make you understand the difference between them using this image. Let's look at this image as a lighting designer. Now the candle here is our lamp or light source, and the reflector shown is housed in a fixture body. Now if you observe the arrow here, they point towards what will be the direction of the light emitted from the light fixture. In a flat reflector, there is too much scattering of the light reflected by reflector. This causes loss of light. Now comparing it with spherical reflector, we see that the light is spread outwards but in a more controlled way. These type of reflectors are used in fixtures when the aim of the light fixture is to spread the light widely. Like in case of this pendant, the aim here is to spread a wide general ambient lighting using such type of reflector. Now the third type of reflector is the parabolic reflector. Using this type of reflector, you can get parallel light rays emitting from the fixture. Such reflector is useful in fixture where you are trying to reflect most of the light downwards from a fixture with less amount of scattering. These reflectors are therefore very popular in task lighting like these fixtures, where the aim is to focus the light downwards. So this was how the reflectors are divided on the basis of shape. Now very quickly we will see how reflectors are categorized based on finishes. There are many options of reflectors available based on the coating or finish over the reflector surface. Some common type of reflector finishes are specular reflectors, semi-specular reflectors, baffle reflector and painted reflectors. we will see all these reflectors. Specular reflectors. Specular reflectors are used in commercial applications. They increase intensity of light and illumination through their highly reflective surfaces. They are suited for large areas and high ceiling. Semi-specular. You can see this type of reflector in this image, and they are mild version of the highly reflective specular reflector. Baffle reflector or baffle trim. Well, these reflectors or trims soften the light, reducing its brightness. They are used in areas where we need soft diffuse light like bedroom and studies room. The other options of reflectors are matte, white painted, black painted. They are usually anodized aluminum and painted reflectors. They are not highly reflective like specular reflectors, hence using such reflectors in light fixture helps to keep glare within limits. So this was about reflectors. Now we will cover the second part, diffusers. The first question is, what is a diffuser and how it is different from a reflector? Well, the difference between diffuser and a reflector is that the reflector is around a lamp or light source, and its job is to reflect the light emitting from the bulb towards a particular direction, which is the mouth of the fixture. The diffuser is an extra object covering the mouth of the fixture, and its job is to diffuse the light reflected by the reflector evenly into the room. Also, it is not necessary to have a diffuser for a light fixture. Many light fixtures only have reflectors and no diffusers. And many other fixtures use alternatives or diffusers like louvers, lens and glass. So having a diffuser is not necessary. It depends on the lighting design requirements of the room. If we categorize diffusers based on the material they are formed of, then we can divide them into two major types. That is a polycarbonate diffuser and acrylic diffuser. Both these diffusers have different properties and different pros and cons, which you can see here. Diffusers can also be divided into two types based on the optical properties, which are opal diffusers and prismatic diffusers. The different pros and cons of these are mentioned here. So this was about diffusers. Now we will cover the next parameter, which was louvers. Louvers you can identify from this image are grid types of optical assembly used to control light distribution from a fixture. If you remember what we learned during reflectors, then a louver with a parabolic reflector is an ideal option for directing all light down to the task area and table. The other option here is egg crate type of louver. In this there is no specialized reflector, but its shape is in the form of egg crate, and that is why it's called an egg crate diffuser, and it diffuses the light based on this shape. So this is the egg crate louver. So we have covered the louver. Now let's cover the last part, which is lens and glass. The lens and glass is similar in functioning of a diffuser. Here we have a glass body lens which diffuses light into the room through its shape. It is convex, concave, flat, and it also diffuses light based on the form or shape made on the glass, like prism, pencils, cones, and frosted glass. The shape on the glass deflects the light based on the principle of refraction. To understand how this works, let's see the image of this pencil glass. Here we will see how, due to shape made on the glass, the light is refracted inwards. Using the same principle of refraction, shapes are provided to lens and glass, and then these shapes help diffuse lights into the room. So with this we end the lens and glass category. So these 4 were some lighting design parameters to consider besides the lighting design parameter of light source or lamp, which we covered in earlier video. With this we have covered the lighting design parameters part. We have learned how these lighting design parameters will help us finalize a light fixture for our lighting design. Now we will move further in this course by learning what are the lighting design target values. So see you friends in the next video. In the last video, we learned about the various lighting design parameters which we have to keep in mind for lighting design, selection and arrangement. Now we will see what follows after we have done a lighting simulation in DIALUX. Post lighting simulation, there are few target values which tell us whether our lighting design has passed the test and if it complies with the applicable lighting standards and codes. There are 4 such target values we need to check. Number 1, the average lux obtained should be greater than average lux suggested for that area as per standard. Uniformity factor should be less than or within the maximum uniformity factor allowed in standard. UGR value should be within acceptable limit for that area as per standard. And the 4th is lighting power density, which is in watt per meter square or watt per feet square, should be below the maximum lighting power density for that area as per ASHRAE code or other energy evaluation code. So for understanding these target values, we have modeled this small office in DIALUX Evo. This is a simple 2-room model. One room is a office, the other is a washroom. A false ceiling at height of 2.47 meter has been added in both these rooms, so they are suitable for recessed lighting now. I will start with first showing you the process of lighting selection, but before that we need to apply a lighting standard to both our rooms. In DIALUX, we know that lighting standards are already loaded. For that we need to go to File, then Settings and then Standards. We will use the USA preset and IESNA Lighting Handbook standard. We will now try to find a standard that will apply for our washroom. As toilet or washroom is a common application, we will find this standard in lighting for common applications. So here we have found 4 standards for toilets are provided. Ours is a toilet with vanities, so hence we will use this 4th standard, toilet, locker room, vanities. So we will now apply this standard to our toilet room. For that, let's get back to the construction tab. In construction tab here we will see this spaces tab just below facade elements. We will click over it. It will show no space selected and a tick mark will show next to cursor. We will move the cursor to the model window and we will click over toilet to select this space. Once clicked, we will see the name of our washroom is showing in the active space. Below that, in the properties tab, we will see there is something called active utilization profile. It is from here we will assign a standard to our toilet by clicking over edit. So we have clicked over edit. We will now see an option of template selection. We will scroll down in it to go under to lighting for common application and we will select toilets and locker. And then in the below option we will select vanities. So the desired standard has now been applied to our toilet. In the same way, we will apply a desired standard to our office room. We will go back to File, Settings, Standards. we will go lighting for offices. We will give it a standard for administration. Interviews formal, as this is just a one room office. Everything including interviews and formal meetings are going to happen from this one room office, so we will use this standard for our office room. So let's now go again to construction tab and then to spaces tab. Once we click, the cursor shows. Now we will move the cursor over the office room and click over it. Again we will go in the properties tab and we will go to edit, and in the template selection we will scroll to the lighting for office and select administration. In the bottom option we will select interviews and formal. So the desired standard has been assigned to office also. So now we are going to do lighting selection for our toilet first. We will first add a mirror light over this vanity. There are too many manufacturers of same type of light fixture, so choosing the manufacturer is a personal choice of client, architect or lighting design consultant. Here I will show you how to search and add a light fixture from a lighting manufacturer website. I have selected the manufacturer Cooper Lighting. It has a very wide range of lighting fixtures available, so just Google Cooper Lighting and open its website. Here you will find a search tab and we will type in this tab bathroom. So this displays a wall mirror light of BC LED series. To download its IS file, we will go to Photometrics and then go to IS file. Then we will see a list of lighting options available in this series. So to the specifications, we will click on this PDF icon. A specification sheet will open. Then we are going to check the CCT of lamp. For a toilet area, CCT of 3000K will be ideal. So this fixture has a CCT of 3000K and its lighting distribution is also wide, as can be seen here. So we will go back and click over it and the IS file will be downloaded in our system. Once IS file is downloaded, we will import it into DIALUX. For that we will go to the lighting tab and then click on import luminaire file. We will then import the IS file we just downloaded. We will then place this fixture as individual light fixture right above the bathroom vanity. Make sure you have set lighting distribution curve to visible by clicking over here. We will adjust its mounting height to 2 meter. We also need to rotate this fixture as it is a wall mounted fixture so that all its light distribution is in front of it. We have to give it a rotation of -90 degree in y-axis. Now we have added a mirror light. We will add a downlight over this area also. Let's now select a downlight. To select a downlight, we will use DIALUX own light fixture search option. We will click here on select and then go to catalogs and then click on Lume search. A new web page will be opened. We will now keep selecting filters to find our desired light fixture. Let's first click on indoor. Then click on ceiling recessed. It will show a lot of beam options like spot, narrow, wide, flood. For a downlight, we will select a narrow type of beam option. we will see that about 7,000 results are showing now. All these 7,000 light fixture approximately are from all these different lighting manufacturers. But when we type bathroom in the search, the list is shortened to just 267 fixtures. So we have shortened this list from 7,000 to 267 by just typing this in the searches. Now we can select from this small list the downlight we want for our bathroom. We will further select LED as a source of illumination. Now as we need a downlight for our toilet, we don't need a high voltage LED. Also not a very wide beam is needed. A low voltage narrow beam light would be good for our use. So we will look for a low wattage option from these lights. Here if you want, you can look all these 250 something lights or choose one brand of lighting you have good experience with. I personally will select this brand Sylvania. Now the options have reduced to just 100. From these 100 I will shortlist the downlight I want to use. I have selected this 5 watt Inset Trend IP44 downlight. Now when we click on it, we get an option to send it directly to DIALUX. So there is no need of downloading the IS file separately. I will just click and send it to DIALUX. And here in DIALUX we will see the same light is now showing as active luminaire. We will now just place it here by drawing a rectangular arrangement. We will make the quantity to 1. Now we are ready to run a lighting simulation here. So we will click on the entire simulation and calculation will follow. So the lighting simulation is done. We can check our calculation results here using the results overview option on the topmost right. If we see the result, there is a big flaw in it. While our average lux target of 150 lux has been met, we are about 188 lux, but the uniformity factor is showing way too bad. It is showing around 5.9, but if we go quickly back to our lighting standard for this area, it should be below 2. So what is causing this problem? Is there an issue with our light fixtures? No, in this case there is no issue with our light fixtures. The issue is something else. Let's first see what is the minimum value of lux. It is even below 50. We will now observe the ISO lines on our work plane. In case the ISO lines are not showing in your DIALUX, make sure you have selected them as on by going here in the display options. Now we will observe the work plane from top view. We will find that a 50 lux value is showing near this wash basin. Now let's look at its geometry in 3D. The way this faucet is shaped, it will be creating a darker zone just below it on the working plane. This 50 lux is there because of the dark zone below it, below the faucet. But is this tiny dark zone that significant to consider? This dark zone can easily be ignored as no one is going to look below the faucet. So what is the turnaround for our lighting simulation to ignore this insignificant dark zone? There are two solutions. First, and the better one, is just scale down the wash basin till it is below the work plane. Now we have scaled it below work plane. You will see a drastic change in the uniformity factor. Let's run our lighting calculations again. So the calculation is done. You can now see that uniformity has factor come drastically down to around 1.9 below our target value of 2. And so this washroom or toilet area lighting design we have completed and it has passed. Both the factors we have cleared. So as I was telling you, there are two ways to resolve this dark area issue. The first was to scale the wash basin. The second solution is here in the calculation settings. You can go in the calculation settings and check on this without objects and furniture. Now if you run simulation, the wash basin and other objects will not be considered in calculations. You will find that you are not getting dark area issue with this solution also, and your objective of 150 lux and less than 2 uniformity are also being met. But there are two drawbacks with this solution. One is if you look in 3D view, your objects will look dark without any simulation. And the second is that the own reflectivity of these objects, which can affect our lighting results, will also not be considered. So these are two drawbacks of this solution if you do calculation without object and furniture. As per me, you can use either of these solutions which I told, either to scale down or use calculation without objects. But my advice to you will be that you should use the option of calculation without object and furniture only to cross check that your results are not turning bad due to some bad geometry of object which is causing dark areas. If results are good and target values are met after selecting this option, then you must identify the troublesome objects or furniture and find a turnaround for it. So our lighting design for washroom is done. Now we will do lighting design for office area. In toilet area, we were concerned of only two target values, which were average lux and uniformity. The other two, UGR and lighting power density, we have not considered yet. The lighting power density we will see in our documentation of result. UGR for toilet area is not that much an issue, so we will not consider it in this. But for an office area, UGR can be deciding factor whether a lighting design will be passed or not, even when the other two factors of average lux and uniformity are met. I will explain you this with an example. Let's first see the geometry of our office room. This office room is divided into two parts. First is this task area near these two tables, and the second is this relaxing and sitting area. In toilet, we use a CCT of 3000 Kelvin, which was on the warmer side of white. In office area, we should consider a natural white or neutral white, which is 4000 Kelvin, and up to 5000 Kelvin, which is a daylight. So 4000 Kelvin we can say is deciding factor for selection of our lamp. I have already imported a light fixture in DIALUX. I will arrange it in polygonal field arrangement and then we will do its calculation. We will keep the quantity to 2. Let's do a simulation now. We will see that our two targets are met, which are average lux of 400 and uniformity less than 3. But still we should not pass this design. One reason is this is not a good design. Second, we have not yet passed the UGR test. Let's see the first part why this is not a good design. For that, let's see the work plane ISO lines. The first issue is there are too many lines. Let's follow the path of one ISO line here, which is 550 ISO line, 550 lux ISO line. What this line tells is that within this line, the lux values will be greater than 550 lux. In fact, the maximum lux we are getting is 569, which will be lying within it. Now you can see within a small distance, a 500 lux ISO line has come. then a 450 lux isoline has come, then a 400 lux isoline has come. So there is no big area where a uniform lux level is present. Too many concentric isolines mean that I will see varying lux levels at very small distance gaps, which certainly will not be comfortable for eye. A good design would have been where the concentric lines would have been less and a uniform white space is more. So we need to redesign this lighting. Also, one more reason for the current lighting design to fail is purpose. Look clearly, we are having a 500 lux here where there is just an entrance, while the desk where a person will spend most of his time working has majority 400 to 300 lux, which is less than our target average of 400 lux. A better design would have been if we provided a task type of light over the desk and normal down lighting over the sofa sitting area. So we have to use new fixtures now and redesign this office room. So another reason which for rejecting this design was that we are not done a UGR test till now. So we have to see whether this passes the UGR test or not now. So we will do a UGR or Unified Glare Rating test now. For that we need to add a calculation surface. UGR rating is basically which tells whether the glare which our eye will get through the light fixture is in the room is within the permissible limits. For calculating that, we need to first create a calculation surface and place it where the person is most likely to sit in the room. One is this desk and other is the sofa. But as the person on the desk is most likely facing the wall, the glare calculation for him does not make sense. Instead, we will add a calculation surface just at entrance near to the entry door. Let's first add the calculation surface for our sofa area. Before adding the calculation surface, we must ensure that we have turned on the UGR from using this goggle type icon. We will now add calculation surface. We will change the height of calculation surface to 0.85 meter on the sofa area, as this is the approximate height of the eye for a person from the floor when in sitting position. There are some other UGR settings which we also need to change. We will add an offset of 0.8 meter height because when the sitting person will stand, his eye will be about 0.85 meter plus 0.8 meter offset, total 1.65 meter from floor. We will also change the viewing angle to 180 degree. As we rotate maximum 0 to 180 our head when seeing something in normal position, so we don't overturn our head to more than 180 degree or 360 degree to see something behind our back. So we will change this angle to 180 degree. Now we will add the second calculation surface near the entry door. We will change its setting also. We will position it at a height of 1 meter. We will add an offset of 0.6 meter. We will keep the viewing angle to 360 degree in this case, as a person who enters the room could be looking at any of the direction. Now as we have entered the settings, we will do the simulation. So the lighting simulation has been done. Now as we can see, our maximum allowed glare was 19 and we have got approximately 22 here on the entry door calculation surface. So this design has failed clearly because we have failed the UGR test. So now we will redesign this office room. We will select new lighting fixtures. So our priority here will be to select lighting with glare protection, and we will use a task area lighting over the desk area. And for the sofa area we will use downlights with glare protection. To select our fixture, we will again go to DIALUX catalog and use the limb search option. This time we will look for these three parameters: 4000K CCT, good UGR control, and task lighting for desk and downlight for sofa area. We will select indoor, then I will select pendant. We will select the first beam luminaire direct. Now we will type UGR in search. The search item will now reduce to around 3500. Now I will select a brand of light I prefer. You can choose the brand of lighting as per your choice. I will select this brand 3F Philippi. After selecting the brand, the results have reduced to just 320. And we will now select a rectangular task fixture with good UGR and 4000K CCT. So after searching, I have finalized on this slim light fixture. That it has a very wide beam. This light also has louvers, as we have read earlier that lights with louvers are good for task lighting and they also reduce glare. So also this light is very slim and will occupy very less space when hung. Its color temperature is also 4000K. So this light looks perfect for our task lighting. So let's send it to DIALUX. Now the light has been added in DIALUX. Now we add this light fixture as task lighting over the desk. We will use a rectangular lighting arrangement. Now we will provide a mounting height of 2.1 meter to the fixture, as we will be using it as a pendant mounted light. Now let's do a lighting simulation. So our lighting simulation is done. Let's see first whether we have met our UGR targets. Yes, this time our UGR value is quite below the target of 19. So the UGR test we have passed. Now we will check the quality of lighting simulation and check ISO lines on work plane. This time around we will see that the lines are less and white space is more. So there is an evenness in the lighting distribution this time. Also, most of the light, around 500 lux, is present at the desk. That is where it is most required. So this lighting design is a pass on the desk area. We will now select two downlights for sofa area. Downlights which are good in glare rating and also 4000K CCT. We will go to catalog. I have downloaded a catalog of this brand DIALUX. So we will click on this and its online database will open. We will then go to products, indoor lightings and downlights and spotlights. We will start using the filter to shortlist our desired fixture. We will start with luminous flux and reduce it to 1200 lux. And then we will select color temperature as 4000K. And next we will select ceiling with recess openings. If we want to select downlights with better UGR, we need to select those downlights where lamp is deep and not visible. So we will select from these two lights, as the lamp is not deep in both these lights. So we will select the light with bigger cutout size of 210 mm. Here we have two reflector options: faceted aluminum reflector and specular reflector. We will use specular reflector as we are using less lumen light, and specular reflector increases the intensity of light being reflected down. So we will use this type of light here. So now we will just selected the light, we will download its photometric file. So it has been downloaded. We will unzip the folder and import it in DIALUX. So we have imported it in DIALUX. We will now add this light in rectangular arrangement over the sofa area. So the lighting location has been set. Now we will run a lighting simulation. The lighting simulation is done, and as you can see, we have met all our results in office room. The average lux is greater than 400 lux. The uniformity is around 2 and as required within the maximum limit of 3. Our UGR values are also in control and comfortably below 19. And if you look at the ISO lines, you will see there is an overall smoothness with a lot of white space between ISO lines. So most of our lux is in the range of 300 to 500 lux. So there are not many concentric lines. So this is a good lighting design overall. We can also look into the 3D view. First we will turn off the work plane, ISO line and calculation surface. Now let's get back to 3D view. If we rotate our view inside the room, you will see how everything looks uniformly lit. A comforting view to eye, no glare visible and no dark corners. So this design is a pass. We have already passed the light toilet design, and now office room design has been passed. So we have passed this office room design on all the 3 target values: average lux, uniformity and UGR. But if you remember, there was one final target value to check, which was lighting power density. So we will check this lighting power density after exporting the documentation. So let's export the documentation for our project now. So this is our exported report. So if we see in the exported report, we will see our luminous efficiency for the project is about 95 lumen per watt. This is really good luminous efficacy for the entire project. Now in the energy evaluation sheet, in the documentation, we will see that the lighting power density of our office room is 6.19 watt per meter square, and for toilet room it is 9.9 watt per meter square. We will now check whether these values meet the standard of potent energy codes. This is ANSI ASHRAE 90.1. This is an energy code jointly made by 3 organizations, 2 American organizations, ANSI and ASHRAE, and 1 international organization, IEC. A read-only version of ASHRAE 90.1 2019 is available on ASHRAE website. So you can Google it and open this read-only file. we will now find our relevant energy code in this standard. So this is the 9th section where lighting standards have been given. So here we will find that a limit of 0.7 watt per square feet is given for office lighting, and we have got a value of 6.19 watt per square meter. So there is a difference because our LPD is in watt per square meter and the ASHRAE LPD is in square feet. So we need to convert the per square feet to per square meter. The formula to do so is multiplying the per square feet value with a factor of 10.764. So we will get a value after multiplying 0.7 with 10.764 is 7.53 watt per meter square, and our value which we have got was 6.19 watt per square meter. So it is within the limit. So our design has also passed on this test. But our per square meter value of 9.9 watt per square meter exceeds this 7.53 watt value. So we may need to consider the wattage of one light in toilet. The middle light one, I think, because it is 23.5 watts. So as it is just a small area, we don't have that much of a problem here. We can relook into it later. The main crux of all this exercise was to make you aware of these 4 target values, which I am again summarizing below. The average lux obtained should be greater than average lux suggested for that area as per standard. Uniformity should be less than or within the maximum uniformity factor allowed in standard. UGR value should be within acceptable limit for that area as per standard. And finally, lighting power density in watt per meter square or watt per feet square should be below the maximum lighting power density for that area as per the ASHRAE code or other energy evaluation code. So as a lighting designer, whenever you have finished a lighting design, pass it through these 4 tests. Only after your design has passed these 4 tests, present it to your client. So this was a very small office project. In the coming videos, we will do the complete lighting design of a residential house and office and a retail outlets, so that you get experience of doing complete lighting design on any of these projects on your own. So see you friends in the next video. Hello friends, so in this video we will use whatever we have learned till now in this course to do the lighting design of a residential apartment. I have already modeled a residential apartment in DIALUX. I will not show the modeling part here. I have added that as a separate bonus video at the end of this course. You can see that video to see the step-by-step process of modeling the apartment in DIALUX. We will straight away start with the lighting design process. I will start with lighting design of the master bedroom. In our model, we have not added a false ceiling to our apartment, so let's add one. We will go to the ceiling tab, then click insert ceiling into room, and we will click over our master bedroom. A false ceiling has been added to our bedroom. Now I will assign a standard to our bedroom. We will go to spaces and click over our master bedroom, and we will rename the room as master bedroom. Then let's select on edit to assign a standard to our bedroom. We will select the template residential interiors. In the second option, we will select bedroom television viewing. We will see it suggests a lux level of 30 lux. This is somewhat low as we have other tasks to do in bedroom like dressing up, which require more average lux levels. So therefore instead of bedroom, we will select the option dressing room general. This will be ideal for our needs here. So now, as the standard has been added, I will now select light fixture. The principle of doing lighting design for a bedroom is that bedroom is a place where person wants to feel relaxed. It should give a cozy, warm environment to its occupants. And selecting appropriate lighting is the best way of creating such environment. If you have to create a warm, relaxing environment, always prefer a light fixture which has its color temperature on the warmer side, which is 2700 Kelvin to 3000 Kelvin. So for designing the lighting for this master bedroom, we will use lamps which emit light within this range of CCT. Now we will do a layered lighting for this room. We will give it a ambient lighting from ceiling lights. We will provide task lighting for bedside tables and other task lighting for dressing table and cupboard area. We may also add accent lighting on any wall painting or artwork in this room. So the first light we will select is the ambient lighting for the room. We will add one big ambient light right in the center of the room. We will select our light fixture like we did in the office project. We will go to the lighting tab, then click here on select and then go to catalog and open Lume Search. We will select indoor, then ceiling surface, and we will then select diffuse type of light distribution. Then in search we will type dimmable because we need dimmable lights for our bedroom lighting. We will select illuminate as LED and then in light colors add maximum color temperature to 3000 Kelvin. Our light fixture list has now shortened to about 21,000. We will go to the mounting mode and uncheck the contact rail. In the shape and dimensions, we will select the shape round. Now the list has further shortened. Now from here, you can shorten the list by selecting a particular brand of light you want to use. I will select this brand Delta Light as it is providing many options for the type of light fixture we want to use. I have finalized on this 38 watt fixture Supernova and I will now add it into DIALUX. So the light fixture has been added. I will now place it in the center of the room. So our first option of ambient light fixture has been placed in the room. Now before we run a simulation, let's add a UGR calculation surface. We will add it over the bed here. We will place it at a height of 2 feet and we will add a offset of 1 feet. We can now run our lighting simulation, but before that please make sure to select the option without objects. I will show you what happens if you do not select this option. Let's run the simulation. Simulation results are here. You will see that while our UGR is under control in our UGR calculation surface, but in our work plane or master bedroom, we are getting very weird results. We are getting a uniformity of over 500 and our average lux is below the target value of 100. The reason you will know if you look into the 3D view. Our work plane for bedroom area will be at floor level and there is furniture over it and it is causing the dark areas. The turnaround for this is simple. This is to run the simulation without objects and furniture. We will do our calculation again after selecting the option. And here are our new results. Now we can see that our results have passed this time over the work plane. The uniformity is below 2 and average lux is about 140, above our target value of 100. So our dimmable ambient lighting is done for this room. But we will also add a second option of ambient lighting in form of downlights. The second option will also be useful if you cannot add a center ambient lighting due to a ceiling fan. Now let's select few dimmable downlights for second option of ambient lighting. We will again go to Light tab, then go to Select and open the catalog Lume Search. We will select Indoor, then Ceiling Recess, then Light Distribution as Ceiling Diffuse. Now in the search we will write dimmable downlight. The search result reduced to about 4500. We will add illuminant as LED, shape as round and light color maximum CCD value as 3000 Kelvin. Our results have reduced to about 2400. Now from these I will select our downlight. We will look for downlights with a wide area of distribution. You can choose the brand you like. I will choose this brand IN. I like its downlight first because it has a wide light distribution curve. Also the LED bulb or module is a bit deep inside the downlight and not on the surface as in other downlights. This will help in reduction of glare. After selecting this particular brand, the list is shortened to 166 downlights. I will choose one from these options. I have finalized this 9-watt downlight. It has a good luminous efficacy. Now let's add it to DIALUX. So it's added. Now we will add it in our room, but we will not add this over the bed. As a principle, you should not add downlight right over the bed as they will cause glare. We will add a rectangular arrangement on both sides of the bed. Now here is an issue. We cannot do lighting simulation as it is, because here if we want to calculate the lighting result for this second option of lighting and we want to do it separately from our first option. So what is the solution? The solution is creating light scenes. Light scenes basically allow you to choose which set of light fixtures inside a room will be part of the lighting calculations and which set of lighting fixtures will not be part of the lighting calculations even when they are physically present in our room. So now let's add these downlights into a light scene. For that, let's click here over the tab of light scenes. To create a light scene, we have to first click over here. Now we will get a tick mark next to the cursor. We will have to select our room, which is master bedroom. Now we will rename this light scene as ambient lighting option 2. Now here in this tab inside, we will see at present it is showing all the fixtures of the room. We will now remove the light fixture which we do not want to be part of this light scene. We will select only the central ambient light and click over the minus sign here. The number of luminaires have reduced to 4. So the central ambient light is not part of this light scene. And we can now do lighting simulation of these 4 downlights through this light scenes. We will go to the settings of lighting simulation and change from standard to fast. Now it is showing only the active light scene, which is ambient lighting option 2. Let's run our calculations now. Our results are here and we have achieved our target average lux level and uniformity. The UGR is also within limits, so this second layer or option of ambient lighting in bedroom is also done. So we will now do task lighting in this room around the dressing table, cupboard and bedside tables. Let's first quickly select wall lamps for bedside table of our room. We will again go to our lighting search catalog, Lume Search. Let's select indoor, then wall surface mounted, and then select the spot narrow type light distribution. For the bedside lamps, adjustable and rotatable side lamps will be better than rigid positioning. So here we will select the adjustability, rotatable and tiltable. Now our list has shortened to just 61. I will select one light fixture from these. I have finalized on this bedside lamp. I will add a 3.5 watt option of this in DIALUX. Let's send it to DIALUX. So the fixture has been added in DIALUX. Now I will place it as an individual fixture on these bedside tips. Now again we will need a light scene for this layer of lighting also. So let's add a new light scene. We will rename it as bedside table task lighting. We will remove all other light fixtures from the scene except these two lamps. Now let's run a lighting simulation again. So you see the results of these lamps in 3D view. They are functional lights and providing good lighting around the bed area. Now let's add a task lighting near dressing table. Before we add task lighting to our dressing table and cupboard area, we need to understand that both these tasks require good lighting in vertical work plane. So to measure such lighting, we need two vertical calculation surfaces. We will add one near right on this chair facing the mirror. We'll go in a 3D view and create a rectangular calculation surface first. You have to make sure that the direction of arrow is right. The arrow tells from which direction light will be falling on the surface. As in this case, we will place a wall fixture over the mirror. The direction of light will be from the wall. Hence, we will rotate our calculation surface by 180 degree and move it right over the chair where the person will be sitting. Now we are set to add a task light here. But before that, let's add a calculation surface to our cupboard. We'll copy paste the same calculation surface and rotate it by 180 degree. And we'll place it just over the cupboard area and scale it to the size of cupboard. Now calculation surfaces are added. Let's add task lighting for both these areas. First, let's select light for the dressing table. Let's go to our catalog loom search. We will straight away type mirror in the search. We will be automatically suggested the option furniture, picture and mirrors. We will use the search options so our light fixture options will be shortlisted to about 1600. We will then select mounting type as wall mounted, and in the light colors we will add a minimum CRI value of 90. We need good CRI light as this will be used for dressing, hence true color rendering is important. Our search options have reduced to 60. From these I will select one fixture. I finalize this fixture it has a CRI of 95. Now I will add it to DIALUX. Light has been added. We will place it as individual fixture on this wall at a mounting height of 6.2 feet. Now we will add this light to a light scene as we did earlier. We will add it to a light scene along with any of the ambient light option, the big center light or the 4 down lights. Let's run the calculation and see results. You can see the results in the form of ISO lines on this vertical calculation surface. Also, if you click the light fixture, you will see how it is putting all its light distribution on the dressing table and chair. Now we will add one more task lighting, which will be in the cupboard area. Let's select the light for this area. Let's again open our lighting search database search, Lume search. Now we will directly type eyeball in search because we are going to use this type of down light in our cupboard area. You will see you get a very small list of 30 light fixtures to choose from. I will select this one light fixture. It has an excellent CRI of 99. We will place this light next to the down light over the cupboard. We will create a light scene now. Let's rename it as cupboard lighting. We will add the ambient lighting along with this new down light in our light scene. As normally you would be using these lights together. Let's now run the calculation. So these are the results we can see on the vertical calculation surface. We have got a good average lux levels on the vertical surface, just as required when using the cupboard. Now we have added a ambient lighting and task lighting in bedroom. There is now the third layer of lighting, which is accent lighting. We will try to use that also in our room. For that, let's add a dummy painting on this wall. Now we need to add an accent lighting over this painting. For that, let's again go to our catalog Lume search, then indoor, then wall surface mounted, and then we will select wall surface mounted spot narrow. Our search result has reduced to just 491. We will now add a CRI of 90 as we will assume highlighting a painting in this case. Now the list has further reduced to 206. Now we will select our accent light fixture from here. We will look for a fixture which has a low wattage and wide light distribution. I have finalized on this light fixture. Let's send it to DIALUX. Now we will place it just over our dummy painting. We will now create a light scene for just this accent lighting. Now let's run a simulation to see our results. So the results are here and we can see the painting looks well lit as we wanted. So we have done all the layers of the lighting in our bedroom: ambient lighting, task lighting and accent lighting. So whenever you are doing the lighting design of any bedroom, you can use this approach of layered lighting and light scenes. You will always get good results following this approach. Now I will cover the second important part of any residential lighting project. It will be kitchen and dining area. Let's look to the kitchen area. Let's add a false ceiling to this area. Now we will add a standard to our kitchen area. We will go to the construction tab and then in spaces we will now add a rectangular space over the kitchen and living room dining area. Then in properties, let's go to edit. In the template we will select lighting for residences and then residential interiors, and then in the second option we will choose kitchen breakfast area. We have to target a average lux greater than 200 lux with uniformity limit within 5. Now we will divide the kitchen area in the layers of lighting we need. We will first provide ambient lighting in these two areas, and in the dining area we will add a pendant task lighting, and we will also need a task lighting in the cooking area below these kitchen cabinets. In these kitchen cabinets you can also use cabinets which come with the lighting option in them. Let's now add a ambient lighting to our kitchen area first. Kitchen lighting in comparison to bedroom should be in cool or neutral CCT range. So a light above CCT or color temperature 4000 Kelvin to 5000 Kelvin will be best suited for this area, as the color is not too yellowish like 2700 Kelvin and not too blue as in 5500 Kelvin and above. With the type of tasks involved like preparing meals and dining, the range of 4000 to 5000 Kelvin provides a good neutral white color. Let's now add downlight to our ambient light in the kitchen area. We will use the same 9 watt downlight we used in bedroom area, but here we will use 4000 Kelvin version of the same. So let's add the light in DIALUX. Now we will add these downlights into rectangular areas over the kitchen. Now we will add one calculation surface over both these areas where we have added downlights. To do the lighting calculation, we will add these lights in one light scene. And now let's do the lighting calculations. So our results are here. we are getting a average lux which is good, above 250, and our uniformity is also below 2, both within the limit of our standards. Now we will add the lights over our dining area. We will be using a big pendant mounted fixture here. To select that, let's go to Lume search. We will type kitchen pendant in database. We will select shape as round, and in the light colors we will set minimum CCT as 4000 Kelvin. Now there are some 14,000 options of fixture, but we need only low power lights as the task area is very limited to the dining area. To shortlist lights, we need to add the maximum lumen value in lamp flux as 500 lumen. Now if you see, the list has been shortened to just 203. We will now select a pendant for our kitchen. I have finalized on this pendant light fixture. It has a low wattage and wide distribution curve. This lighting curve will cover most of the dining area easily. Let's add this to DIALUX. We will place this fixture into the center of the table. We will now add a calculation surface over the table area. We will run the simulation now. We don't need to add a separate light scene for this, as we will always use ambient lighting along with pendant lighting. Hence, let's run the simulation with all these lights into the scene. Our calculation results are here over the dining area. We are getting a good average lux of over 200, and the uniformity is also within limits. So we are done with the ambient lighting and task lighting over the dining area. We will now plan the task lighting below the kitchen cabinet. To select the under cabinet light, we will again go to Lume search. And in search, we will type under cabinet. So our search list will be reduced to just 42 light fixtures. Now we will add more filters under illuminant. Now we will add more filters. Under illuminant, we will add the maximum value of lux to 500. We now surprisingly seeing the list grow. We will reduce it by adding filters. We will add filters of shape as rectangular linear. Then in the light colors, we will add value of 4000 CCT and 90 CRI. List has reduced to just above 300. We will now select one fixture from these options. I will be choosing one brand Pro LED. You can choose the brand you like. Our list has now reduced to just 39. I will choose one fixture from these. I have shortlisted on this 4.8 watt LED. It has 4000 Kelvin CCT. Its lumen are also not too high. It's 440 lumen. And it has an excellent CRI of 95. As the tasks involved will be mostly related to cooking, therefore a high color rendering becomes very important to correctly identify colors as we have to cook our food. So this under cabinet light will be perfect for our kitchen. So let's now add it to DIALUX. So the light has been added in DIALUX. Now we will place this light as individual luminaire and adjust its height to just below the cabinet. Let's add a calculation surface onto the kitchen slab. Now let's add it to light scene along with downlights. We will rename the light scene as kitchen under cabinet downlights. We will only remove the pendant light and will keep all the 4 downlights in the light scene. Let's run a simulation and see our results. So our calculations are done and we will see how we are getting a very good task lighting under the cabinet area. So this was the lighting of the kitchen and dining area. Now we will do lighting design for the living room area. The first step will be adding a standard to the living room. For that, let's go to construction tab and go to spaces. We will create an area over the living room space. Now in the properties we will go to edit and in the template we will select lighting for residences, residential interiors. Below that we will select living room. Now ISNA, just like bedroom, is suggesting very low level of lux here. Generally we should have more than 100 lux in living room. Here there is an option of family room. Family room and living room are a bit similar. If we select family room, we will see the standards has been provided with 100 lux as average lux standards. Hence we will select this as standard for our living room. Now as the standard has been assigned to our living room, we will see how to layer its lighting design. In the living room, there will be no task lighting, there will be only ambient lighting. To get a good lighting design, we will give 2 layers to ambient lighting. For that, we will add a cove in ceiling. So in center we have a pendant or chandelier which will operate along with cove lighting. So this will be one layer, while in the rest of the false ceiling in corners we will add downlights to create a general ambient lighting. So living room is a place where you want to feel relaxed and make your guests feel welcomed. So for that type of ambience we will be using a 2700 Kelvin to 3000 Kelvin lighting here. Let's now add a cove ceiling to our living room. Let's change our existing ceiling to cove ceiling first. I will show you how to create a symmetric cove ceiling using just a cube. The process is rather simple. We will first make a basic building block of the cove ceiling, then we will scale and duplicate that block to form cove ceiling. Let's first add a cube. Let's change the dimensions of cube. We will change the value in z-axis to 1 feet. This will be the height of ceiling. We will change the value in y to 2 feet. We will now copy and paste the cube. To the new cube, we will change the value of z to 0.01 and y to 0.5. We will place it near to the cube like this. Now we will copy this small flattened cube and paste again. We will rotate the new cube by 90 degrees along the x-axis and change its size to 0.250 in y-axis. .05 in x-axis. Now place it over the edge of the bottom of the cube. So now our basic building block of cove lighting is done. We will combine these cubes by going into the copy and arrange tab here. With all the 3 cubes selected, we will click on combine in the Boolean operations. Now we will copy and scale this block along the 4 walls of the room. Let's move our block to the ceiling height first. Then we will copy and paste the block and arrange them by rotating in angles to x-axis. Now we will just scale them to all the walls. After scaling, we will again go in copy and arrange tab and selecting all 4 of them, go to the Boolean operations and combine. So this way we have easily added a symmetric cove ceiling with few simple steps. Let's now select a cove light to put in the cove ceiling first. Let's go to Loom search and type cove in search. About 400 lighting options come. Now I will select one particular brand and choose its light fixture. I will select this brand Sylvania. Our options have reduced to just 23. I will choose one from these. I have selected this very first option of light fixture. It has 3000 Kelvin CCT. It will be ideal for our living room. Let's add it to DIALUX. So the fixture has been added. Now we will place this fixture in the cove using a line arrangement. We will reverse its light direction upwards by changing the angle in y-axis of arrangement rotation to 180 degree. Now we will copy this lighting arrangement and place in rest of the cove segments. So our light has been added. We will now add them to a light scene of the living room. We will add them as cove lighting. Let's now run a simulation. So now you can see how we are getting a very nice cove lighting effect here. Now we will add the second light, which is a pendant. Then we will analyze the calculation results of the living room. For selection of pendant, let's search our lighting database Slum Search. We will choose indoor, then pendant, and then mostly direct type of light distribution. In light colors, we will set 3000 Kelvin. In illuminant, we will set range from 2000 to 5000 lumens. Now to add more filters in the shape and dimensions, we will add 10 inch in both length and width and shape as round. Now our list has shortened to about 300. We will choose one designer pendant from all these fixtures. I see good option in this brand, hence I will shortlist this brand. Now our fixture options have reduced. We will choose one fixture from all these options. It gives a good light, direct light, and some indirect light. CCD is also below 3000 Kelvin. So now let's add it into DIALUX. The light has been added, and now we will place it in a rectangular arrangement in between the cove. So our picture has been added. Before running simulation, we will move the work plane above the furniture if we want to do simulation with the objects on, or otherwise we can just let's run the simulation without including the objects in it. So let's now run the simulation. So here are our results. Overall, we see most of the ISO lines are around 100 lux. It is only on the corners which are dragging us down, dragging down our average lux. So we can fix this issue by adding downlight which will be the second layer of ambient lighting in our living room. So let's now select downlights for our living room. Let's go to Loom Search. Let's select indoor and then ceiling recessed. Then ceiling recessed diffuse. Then in search we will type square downlight. In illuminant we will select LED. In light colors we will add maximum CCT as 3000 Kelvin. In shape we will select square. In illuminant we will set maximum lumen value as 500 lumen. Now from the list which has been shortened, we will now select our downlight. I will use the very second option of light. It is showing this Pro LED 6 watt time downlight. It has a 400 lumen output. So let's send it to DIALUX. Now we will add this downlight on one corner of the false ceiling. We will change the mounting height of the fixture. Now we will copy and place this downlight on other three corners. Now our downlights have been added. We will add them to a light scene with the central chandelier light fixture. Now we are ready to run the simulation. Let's run the simulation. So our simulation results are here, and we can see that we are now getting good lighting in the dark corners also. So our lighting design is a pass in the living room area also. So now we can say that we have done a successful lighting design of the residential apartment, keeping all the lighting design parameters in mind. Now only two parameters, luminous efficiency and light power density, are left. We will check these two parameters also by going into the documentation. In the documentation we will select building 1 and then generate now. So after generating we will get this type of report. So in this report we will see that the luminous efficiency of our entire project is showing as 77 lumen per watt, which is good. And the lighting power density is also in the good range of around 0.37 watt per square feet. So we can say that our lighting design has passed on these parameters also. So this was the lighting design process of this residential apartment. I hope this will be very helpful to you when you start doing residential lighting design in DIALUX. So this was about residential lighting design. In the next video we will see the office lighting design process. So see you friends in the next video. Hello friends, in this video we are going to cover the lighting design process for a office area. I have already modeled this office floor in DIALUX. I will not go into the modeling part in this video. I have added that as a bonus video of office space modeling at the end of this course. You can check that video to see the step-by-step process of modeling this office floor. A typical lighting design of an office floor can be categorized into the following major parts. There will be reception area, sitting and lounge area, a workstation area, a meeting room, conference room, and passageway areas or corridors. There are also other common areas like washroom, but we have already discussed about them in earlier videos, so we will focus only on these areas for lighting design of our office. Let us start by doing lighting design for our reception area. In a reception area, we want to create a warm and welcoming environment. Therefore, we will use light with CCT of 3000K in reception area. There are generally two layers of lighting in reception area. First will be the general ambient lighting, and the second will be accent lighting, which we will use to highlight the logo of the company on this wall. There could be other awards and certificates which we will want to highlight through accent lighting on this wall. So let's do lighting design of the reception area. We will first add a standard to the reception area. For that, let's go to spaces. We will draw a polygon space over the reception area. We will select on edit, and in the lighting for offices, we will select transition spaces. Then we will select the option reception waiting area and waiting desk. We will need an average lux of 200 as per standard. Now let's add a false ceiling to our floor. We will add two types of false ceilings. We will use a grid type of false ceiling in the major portion of our floor, and a normal gypsum board of the ceiling in reception and lounge area. We will first draw the gypsum ceiling. Now we will draw the grid ceiling. Let's now add textures to both these ceilings. Now let's add a light fixture for our reception area. We will use downlights with good UGR. So let's go to Loom search and we will type here UGR downlights. Our list shortens to about 11,000. We will select illuminant as LED and maximum CCT as 3000 Kelvin. The list has shortened to just 2500. Now I will select one brand of light fixture to further shorten our list. I will select the brand Pro LED. The list has shortened to about 350. I will select one light fixture from these. I have shortlisted this 18.5 watt light downlight. It has a CCT of 3000 Kelvin and a good CRI of 90. Let's add it to DIALUX. We will now add a rectangular lighting arrangement over the reception area. Now we will add a UGR calculation surface over the chair. We will also add a rectangular calculation surface over the reception area. Now we are ready to run our simulation and check our results. So let's do our lighting simulation. So our lighting simulation is done and our simulation results are here. So we can see we are getting our target average lux of 200 in the reception area. Our UGR is also near to our target value. So this design we can say has passed. Now we will add a accent lighting over the logo of the company. Suppose I will draw a logo here. So this is the logo of a company. Now we will provide wall washer light to this logo. Assume this is the logo and we will provide wall washer light to this logo. We will go to Loom search and straight away type wall washer in search. We see a very long list of light fixtures. In this list, I will shortlist this 15 watt light fixture from brand Alto. Its light distribution curve suits our needs. This also has a 3000 K CCT and emits about 1300 lumen. Let's send it to DIALUX. We will now add this light fixture in line arrangement, positioning it over the ceiling like this. We can use 3 or 2 fixtures. Let's run a simulation with 2 fixtures. Before that, uncheck the without objects and furniture option. This will help us understand the lighting simulation better over the logo. We will now see that the logo looks well lit in our 3D view, and if we click over the light fixture, we will see that the light distribution curve of these fixtures falls just over our logo. So this light works perfectly for our logo accent lighting. Now we have completed the reception lighting. We will now do lighting design of the sitting and lounge area. Let's first add a standard to the sitting and lounge area. Let's first go to spaces And in spaces, we will draw a polygonal space over our sitting and lounge area. We will now select a standard by clicking over edit. The first thing we will select is lighting for office transition spaces, and in the second option we will select lounges break. The average lux suggested is 100 lux. So now our standards are assigned and we will add light fixtures to our lounge area. For a lounge area, we will prefer pendant mounted fixtures with good aesthetic value to create a relaxing environment. Let's now find a light fixture for the same. Let's go again to Loom Search. Let's straightaway type lounge. We will see the list has shortened to just 19 lights. Now I will select one pendant mounted fixture for our lounge area. I will select this 16 watt light in a FOS 600. It is 3000 Kelvin CCT and 1507 lumen light fixture. We will now send it to DIALUX. We will now add a rectangular arrangement over this part of sitting area. We will add 4 fixtures in total. Now let's add a calculation surface for this area. We will now run our simulation. Our lighting results are here and we are getting an average lux of about 150 in this area. Our results are good for this area. Let's now add a UGR calculation over one chair. Now we will run a simulation, but before that we will uncheck the option of without objects and furniture this time. Let's see our UGR results now. Our UGR ratings are also within limits when we have done the simulation, so this lighting design is passed for this area, and we will now add the same light fixtures to other two sitting areas. We will add 4 fixtures in line arrangement over the two sitting areas like this. Now we will add a calculation surface over this area. The calculation surface is added. Now we will run a lighting simulation. The lighting simulation results are here and we are getting an average lux of 150. So the lighting design for this area is also passed. We will see here there is a corner which is not lit by any fixture. So here we will add a standing light fixture. This will add to the aesthetic value of the reception. I will go to Lume search and type standing bollard. Then in application we will select indoor, and then I will select this brand FLOS, as I know it has a good range of options for floor lamps. Our list has reduced to just 38. Now I will select one fixture from these options. I finalize on this 150 watt lamp F5916030. It has a lumen value of 2500 and its CCT is very close to 3000 Kelvin. Let's place it over this corner, a bit away from the wall. Now we can run the calculations to see its results. We will see in 3D view the corner has been sufficiently lit now. No unpleasant dark corners can be seen, and the floor lamp also added to the aesthetic value of reception and lounge area. So now the lighting design for our reception and lounge area is done. Now we will do the lighting design for our workstation areas. We have big workstation area in this office floor. Let's divide the workstation area in two parts. First is this area and second is this area. Let's look at this side of workstation area. Let's add a standard to this side of workstation area first. For that, let's go to Spaces tab. We will then draw a polygonal space over the workstation area. Now in the edit, we will select lighting for offices, drafting and design, and in the second option we will select blue line blueprint. Now as per standard, we need a average lux value of 500. Now we will do lighting design of workstation area. For this area, we will be using a 4000 Kelvin to 4500 Kelvin CCT light fixture, and as there is a grid ceiling, we will be using 2 feet into 2 feet grid light fixtures to get our desired result of 500 lux. Let's now select our light fixture. For that, let's again go to Lume search, and in search we will type UGR. Now we will select application as indoor, mounting mode as ceiling recessed, illuminant as LED, shape and dimensions as square, and we will add minimum dimension as 22 inch in both length and width. This will shortlist our light fixtures to 2 feet into 2 feet light fixtures. Now the list is showing the required light fixtures. Now I will choose one from these. I have finalized on this light fixture 29.3 watt Dextra RBX FLL 40. This fixture has integrated output of 3183 lumens, and it has an excellent luminous efficiency of 125 lumen per watt. It has 4000 Kelvin CCT as required. We will use this light fixture for our workstation area lighting. Let's send this light to DIALUX. As per the geometry of this workstation area, we will use a 4x4 total 16 fixture lighting combination over this area up to the meeting room. And on the rectangular stretch, we will be using 2x4 total 8 light fixtures in this area. In these empty areas, we will add 2 light fixtures also. Let's first add our 16 light fixtures. Now we will delete this one light fixture as it is coming over the meeting room. Let's now add the 8 light fixtures in line to the earlier 16 fixtures. Now we will add 2 light fixtures over the empty area also. Now our light fixtures are added, we will draw a calculation surface over it now. We will give it a height of 2.7 feet. Now let's run our simulation to see our results. So finally our results are here and we have achieved our target lux of 500 in this area. Our uniformity is also good. Now let's add a calculation surface for UGR calculation over the chair. We will assign it a height of 3.2 feet. We will change the angle to 180 degree. Let's now run the simulation. We will uncheck the option without objects and surfaces. So our calculation results are here and we will see that the UGR is also within limits. So we can say the design has passed on this parameter also. So this was the lighting design for the workstation area. Likewise, we can also do the lighting design of our second workstation area. The process will be exactly the same and using the same light fixture. Hence, there is no point demonstrating it again. We will now do the lighting design for our meeting room. This is one meeting room just next to the workstation area. Let's now add a standard to the meeting room. Let's go again to Spaces tab. We will assign a standard to our meeting room. We will select administration and then interview formal. As per the standard, we need 400 average lux in this meeting room. Let's now add a light fixture to our meeting room. This meeting room has a very unique geometry. We will first add a 2 feet into 2 feet grid light we used in the workstation area first. We will add it right in the center of the room. Now we will add few downlights in this room. We will be using 2 downlights in this room. The first will be near the entrance door and the second will be on this corner. So I will be using this 9-watt iron downlight fixture already added in DIALUX for this tiny part and this corner. So let's now add this downlight. Now we will run lighting simulation. So the lighting simulation results are here and we can see as we are near to our target value of 400 lux for our meeting room. The reason for target value being little less than 400 lux is that on this side window we have not added any light fixture yet, while on this side we can see the light coming from the workstation area, and that is why the right window side is dragging down the lux levels a bit. But once we have added the light fixtures near that also, we for sure will meet the 400 average lux levels. Hence we can leave our lighting design as it is and consider it has passed. Now we will move further and do lighting design for our corridor area. We will go to spaces and then draw a rectangular space over our corridor area. Then we will assign a standard to that. We will go select lighting for office transition spaces and then we will select circulation corridors. We have got a target value of 100 lux as per the standard. Now we will add the light fixture, which will be a downlight fixture in the corridor area. For that, let's go to Loom Search and then we will type corridor in search. We will then select the brand Dextra. The list will be shortened to about 700. From these, I will select one light fixture. I shortlisted this 11.34 watt fixture with 4000 Kelvin CCT. Let's add it to DIALUX. Now I will add these light fixtures over the corridor area. I will add these using line arrangement. The total number of fixtures I will use will be 7. So the light fixtures have been added. Now let's add a calculation surface. We will rename the calculation surface as corridor area. Now let's run our simulation to see the results. So here we will see that the lighting calculations are done and we are getting an average lux of 100 all over the corridor. Hence our target values are met. So this lighting design is also a pass. Now in the last part we will see the lighting design of a conference room. So this is our conference room. First of all we will add a standard to our conference room. Let's go to spaces and assign a standard to our conference room. So now as per standard, we need an average value of 300 lux in this room and also a good uniformity of 1.5. So now let's add the light fixture which will meet this criteria. We will add some linear pendant light over the table and we will make sure the light fixtures are also dimmable. So let's start by going to limb search. In limb search we will type dimmable. We get some 45,000 results. We will then select mounting as pendant, illuminant as LED, shape as rectangular linear and rectangular compact. And in light colors we will put the minimum value as 4000 Kelvin. The list shortens to about 21,000. In this list, the third light looks well suited for our conference room lighting. This 20 watt fixture from Glamox has excellent luminous efficiency of 130 lumen per watt. So I have finalized this light and I will now send it to DIALUX. We will add this fixture in a rectangular arrangement in 2x4, that is total 8 fixtures. So the light fixture has been added. Now let's add a calculation surface and run a simulation. Let's also add a UGR calculation surface. So both the calculation surfaces are added. Now let's run a simulation. The lighting simulation is done and we can see that we are getting an average lux of around 300 as required. The UGR is also within limits. However, over this area the value of lux is less, which is dragging down our overall average lux. Hence we will add a few downlights over this area. Let's quickly add the downlights we used in the corridor area in these corners. We will add 2 downlights over this area next to entrance. And 1 downlight over this corner. We can see the TV screen is over here on the wall and projector will also be pointing on this wall. Now let's run the calculations again. And we can see that the average lux is above 300 with good uniformity, so this lighting calculation has also passed. So in this video we learned how to do the lighting design of your office project by covering its major components like workstation area, reception area, conference room, meeting room and corridor areas. So I hope this will definitely help you in how to approach the lighting design of a office project. In the end, we will just export one documentation of this office project, which will tell us about the lighting power density and luminous efficacy of our project. So we can see in the report the overall luminous efficacy is 103 lumen per watt, which is very good. And the lighting power density of our project is 0.28 watt per square feet, which is also very good. So these parameters have also passed. So as we have learnt in the earlier videos, this office lighting design project has passed on all the parameters of average lux, uniformity factor, glare factor, and lighting power density and luminous efficiency. So in the next video, we will learn the lighting design project of a retail segment. So see you friends in the next video. Hello friends, in this video we are going to cover the lighting design process for a retail area. I have already modeled this convenience store in DIALUX. I will not go into the modeling part in this video. I have added that as a bonus video at the end of this course. You can check that video to see the step-by-step process of modeling this retail convenience store. A typical lighting design of a retail store can be categorized into three major parts. The first is there is a general ambient lighting. Then there is specialized lighting or spot lighting to highlight the products, for example a mannequin, or to put focus on promotions, products, or any other focus item. Then there is a billing counter lighting, that is the third generally major part of any retail convenience store. I will show you how to do lighting design of all these three areas in this video. Let's first see how to do the general ambient lighting of a retail store. In a retail store, generally the ceiling height is high. It's 12 feet or higher. The best and the most commonly used type of ambient lighting for a retail outlet or convenience store is track lighting. It looks something like this big. So we will also use the same type of track lighting for lighting design. Now comes one important question: what should be the CCD for our lighting in retail lighting? Well, the answer is it depends on the type of product you are trying to sell. Suppose you are lighting an apparel store, then you may use warm lighting so that the customers feel relaxed and laid back. This type of atmosphere goes well with the product you are selling, as people tend to try clothing in a relaxed and laid back mode. You may provide a few spots of natural white color lighting in the store, like in trial rooms, for the customers to check the product in natural white light atmosphere. Now compare it with a grocery or convenience store. In this type of retail store, people tend to have a pick and go type of approach. The customer quickly wants to buy the essentials and get them built and leave the store. The customer is in a task oriented type of mode in such stores. So the best mode of lighting in such stores will be natural white lighting with a CCT ranging from 4000 Kelvin to 4500 Kelvin. So we will use this type of light fixtures for our general ambient lighting. Let's now start the lighting design for our shop floor. As per IESNA, we need an average lux of 750 lux in supermarket area or convenience store. The uniformity is within 3 and UGR is up to 22. So keeping these three target values, we will do the lighting design for our shop area. Let's now select the general retail lighting track light. For that, let's go to limb search. In limb search, we will type track mounted. In illuminant we will type LED, and in light colors we will select minimum value of 4000 Kelvin. Our light options reduce to just about 18,000. Then I will select one particular brand to shortlist the light further. I will choose the brand LightNet. Now the list has reduced to just 2000. From these I will select one light fixture. I shortlisted this 31 watt LC1 FEEE 840M light fixture. It has a good lumen value of 3780 lumen and is CCT temperature of 4000 K Kelvin. Let's now add it to DIALUX. We will now add these light fixtures in line arrangements between the shop shelves. We will make the mounting height to 8.5 feet. Two vertical line arrangement of 5 light fixtures, two horizontal light arrangement of 6 light fixtures, and then again two horizontal light arrangement of 5 light fixtures. Let's now add a calculation surface. And the height of the calculation surface let us keep as 2.5 feet. Let's also add a UGR surface, calculation surface. We will keep this at a height of 5 feet. Our UGR value should be below 22. Let's now run a simulation. Before that, let's check on this whether we have selected without objects and furnitures or not. Now let's run our simulation. So the calculations are done and we can see we are close to our target values of 750 lux. Let's now run a simulation with objects and furnitures. And you will see how the entire store looks well lit, especially the shelves and space between them. So one part of the retail lighting has been done. Now we will move to the second part, which will be add a task or pendant lighting over the counter area. So to select the pendant light, let's again go to Lume Search. In Lume Search, we will type pendant. Then in luminant, we will select LED, and in light colors, we will select 4000 K Kelvin. In the shape and dimensions, we will select as round. Now from these options, I will select one pendant light. I will select the third option in display, which is NEFOS 600 LED 24 watt light. Now let's add two of these over the billing counters like this. We will keep the mounting height as 8.5 feet. Let's now run a simulation. Our simulation results are here and we have achieved our target values of 750 lux and the uniformity is also good, while our UGR is also below 22. So our lighting design till now is a pass. Now let's design the third part of any lighting design, which is focus lighting or any product lighting or mannequin lighting. Principle behind the focus lighting is that you put a spotlight over your product in a way that the total light falling over the product is at least 3 times higher than the general ambient lighting, which is in this case is 750 lux. To understand this better, let's add a mannequin. Now we will add a spotlight for this mannequin so that the lighting falling over the mannequin is 3 times higher than the surrounding ambient lighting. This is how we will make this product stand out from other. To do that, let's now add a spot track light. Let's go to Lume Search and let's type track mounted. Let's add light colors with a minimum CCT value of 4000 Kelvin. From the shortlisted light fixtures, we will select the option of this 36 watt Amphara EMT 110 LED 4100 Kelvin and 36 watt 840 ET. Let's now send it to DIALUX. We will now place it as individual fixture on the rack in front of mannequin, and we will rotate the fixture in a way that the light distribution curve of the light falls mostly on the mannequin. Let's now run a simulation. We will check the result in 3D view and we will see how well the mannequin has been highlighted in comparison to surrounding objects, just like we see when we visit any retail store. So these were the three major elements of a retail lighting design. We have covered the basics of retail lighting design here. You can grow your lighting design thought process for retail lighting by a bit of observation. Whenever you visit any shopping mall or convenience store next time, observe the lighting design they have used in the store. You may find the same type of track lighting used in most cases. If you find some unique kind of lighting design in the mall or shop, try to understand it from a lighting designer point of view. Try to observe the effect it is bringing to the space and how your eye perceives that lighting. If you make this an habit to observe the lighting design all around you in the world, believe me, you won't need anything else than to think like a lighting designer. Your real world observation will be the best mentor for you in your lighting design career. So bring this into your habit to observe the lighting design of your surrounding world. This way you are not very far from becoming a great lighting designer yourselves. So this will be a wrap for this course. I tried to teach you all the lighting design parameters associated with the lighting design, like lux levels, uniformity, glare factor, lighting power density. I also demonstrated you how to implement the lighting design principles in a residential, office and retail lighting. Now you can use all this knowledge to practice the lighting design process of any residential, office or retail project. Before I end this course, I would request you to check my other lighting design courses on this platform. This will surely help you as a lighting designer. Finally, big thank you for taking interest in my course. So see you friends in my next course. Hello friends, in this video we are going to see how we modeled the residential apartment we used in our earlier video of residential lighting design. The first step will be that we will import the drawing or residential plan in DIALUX. Then we will assign a origin to the plan and then we will scale the drawing. Once scaled, we will start modeling the complete project. You can see and follow all the steps I am doing for modeling this residential space. So friends, this was how we modeled this residential space in DIALUX. I hope you have understood what are the basics of modeling of a residential space in this video. So see you friends in the next video. Hello friends, in this video we are going to see how we modeled the office space we used in our earlier video of office lighting design. The first step will be we will import the layout in DIALUX. Then we will define an origin for this layout and then we will scale the layout. Once scaled, we will start modeling the complete office project. So you can see and follow all the steps I am doing for modeling this office space. So you can see and follow all the steps I am doing for modeling this office space. So friends, this was how we modeled the office space we used in our earlier video of office lighting design. I hope you would have understood all the basics of modeling an office space in DIALUX. So see you friends in the next video. Hello friends, in this video we are going to see how we modeled the retail store or convenience store we used in our retail lighting design video. The first step will be that we will import the drawing of the convenience store in DIALUX. Then we will assign an origin and then we will scale the drawing. So now we can follow the step-by-step process of modeling this convenience store. You can see and follow whatever steps I am doing. So friends, this is how we modeled the convenience store. This also brings us to the end of this course. I sincerely hope that you learned something valuable from the course. Please do take time to share your feedback of this course and keep asking questions you have regarding any topic in this course. I will be happy to answer them all. So now friends, I will wrap this course. Thanks a lot for watching and take care friends and keep learning.